agenda additions and approval. Is there, in our in-camera session, there is fire update in there, okay? Is there any other additions? Councillor Stillberg and then Councillor Scoop.
Yeah, I just have one, volunteer driver program. James had asked me to bring it forward.
Where will we? Volunteer driver program.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Volunteer driver program?
Yes.
Council's 6.3. Was that it, Les?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, Councillor Stevens.
I have a counselor RFI, make it 6.4, and it is ATCO planning for 3-phase power.
Anything else? Do we have additions, Andrew? Nothing in red on here, huh?
No addition. No additions package this week.
Okay. Councillor Stillberg?
I'll give you a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Minute approval of our September 24th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes, page 4 of the package. Councillor Gender?
Please.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. There are no public hearings today, and our delegation is at 10:30 with Keith Wilson of Bar W RV Resort. And we'll move on to the business of council request for information. 6.1, council chambers audio visuals, and that was requested by me. Reeve Clark, Andrew did provide us with an updated quote, or is it the original quote?
Yeah, no, this is an updated quote. So based on your request to revisit the audio system in here, I did manage to quickly put together a request for decision at page 18. So we've, well, I mean, I have to tell council too much about the struggles we've had with these mics, but functionally, this microphone system, while very cost effective, it is designed for classrooms, and so that's where a lot of our issues come from, where it only lets one person speak. It prioritizes who it's allowing to speak based on the volume, so something like a cough may interrupt a speaker, and it's very difficult to communicate online with somebody because as they talk, it filters out anything we say until they've stopped talking, which is why it's always been so tough to sort of sneak a question in the middle of a presentation. It's also confused a lot of people. I think if you guys were at the Central Zone meeting on last Friday, you saw all of our municipal peers struggle almost every time they picked up the mic because it's the LEDs, it's, you know, you would think green would mean that it's ready to talk, but green means it's talking, and the light being off means it's ready to talk, and people think, oh, it's off. So we almost always had some confusion there. So we did get a quote on a Televix system, which is a fairly common discussion system. It would be a wired system and have the ability for us to have more centralized control. It'll allow you to be better heard even when they're not used diligently, because if you take our mics here and you turn them, suddenly you're not hearing me talk online at all. And so it's, the main reason we got the mics originally and why we would propose continuing to use mics is for the quality of the online stream. The quote we have is $20,800 plus GST. It is not a budgeted expense. We expect that between a couple different accounts that are typically used for technology, we'll have between $14,000 to $20,000 available by year end. That could go towards this fund, but the balance would need to be dedicated from general operating reserves or general capital reserves. Yeah, I think that pretty well covers the background on that item.
Yeah, and I requested to come forward because there's continual questions on transparency. And, you know, with us streaming our meetings live, if people cannot, and I've had a few people say to me that, and some of us individuals are worse than others, because you're turning your head, just as what Andrew got suggested there. And these are getting dated too, the ones that we have on the table, because they were here when I came here, I believe. That's 8 years.
Had them about 10 years.
Yeah, they're over the 8 years for sure, I know. And I know going to both Painters Council chambers, Knee Hill Council chambers, and being up at the RMA with the other style of microphones, it certainly is a lot nicer, not just for the face-to-face, but when you're doing your important Zoom meetings, you really do seem to have a better communication in them also. So it more clear, you can hear everything clearer. So that's why I wanted to bring it forward. We've talked about it in the past, and I just wanted this council to talk about it again, just because of the scrutiny that's kind of been put on some of our meetings. I think it would be great to go forward that we have that clarity. We've forever, every set of minutes, we'll have Nikki suggesting that one of us isn't speaking into our mics, or to check our mics, or to turn our mics on, and there's myself and the CEO are the two that are typically getting it the most often. So what are the thoughts from other councillors? Councillor Gender?
As to say, by all means, after 10 years, the old technology does go, I'll say, ancient. So by all means, I'll have to say I would accept this, please.
Accept or make the motion?
I'll make a motion that the council approves the quotation from Matrix for the funding up to 28,800 and change to come out of operating funds and general reserves as required.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? You're opposed, Councillor Stevens? Okay. It's carried though. Denelda Reservoir, 6.2, Councillor McKay.
Yeah, just a continual update, and are we gonna start building it this fall? Because it is getting short before winter and freeze up, so it does cost more money when you do it in the frost and whatnot, so.
Right, well, just up until recently, I think now we have and the discussion about the microphones, yeah. Sorry.
So just up until recently, I think now we have a design plan that we can work with. I sent it out to council just a week ago for comments. We're considering the comments. We have now sent it to Stantec for design. As the design comes through and as we actually start to get the site ready, we can adjust the fencing and can adjust some of the ways in and out and how to stop them from coming in the wrong way, which seemed to be a concern. And hopefully, you know, we can make this work, because I'm not getting a lot of, well, actually I've called the Denelda a couple times and they haven't returned my call, but the last time I did speak with them, they weren't agreeable at that time to either let us purchase the site that was originally spec'd out for the reservoir, or are they willing to give us control of the one road, which would assist also. We have had comments from that area about, why don't you build it in the county, which we probably could, but then that defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do, to supply a safe, secure, potable water for the village of Denelda. Because if the reservoir is out of town, then the Denelda is still coming off an old, antiquated stand-up pipe that one day is going to fail and never work again. And as Shirley McCollum gets built out and the demand for water becomes increased, especially with the drought that we're in right now, we're seeing people that have had wells that they've had for years that are now going dry, and they're phoning and coming in consistently looking for assistance to get water. As that happens, we can't guarantee that the Denelda system is going to run off the pressure that's supplied totally by Shirley McCollum, I mean, you're playing with fire by thinking that you can just come off of our line pressure. So we're at the design stage. I'm hoping it gets back in the next 30 to 60 days. And I have spoken to Alberta Transportation about some of the troubles we've had and looking for them to grant an extension on the grant.
Yeah. No, and the fill station, it'll be ongoing, so we probably won't see the fill station till probably midsummer next year kind of thing, so.
That would be my guess, but I definitely think we can start with site preparation this fall, because I was looking to the county to assist with most of that.
No, I get it, because we are in a dry area. I've been hauling water for our cattle since June, so it's tough up in our area, so and it's okay going Red Road, but it's still that 10-mile drive and whatever else we're going.
It'll be one of our well-used truck fills, based on what we've seen right now with the struggles people are having, and I know that unfortunately we haven't had rain for 60 days, and everybody in every area is suffering. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Councilor Stevens?
Question for administration. So there's 13 members of Shirley McClellan, correct?
Yeah.
Am I that right?
Well,
13.
okay.
Yeah.
You aren't served yet,
Right.
So of those 13, is this not only the second one where the member municipality did not have to supply the land for their reservoir?
Yes, the Summer Village Erosion Sands, and I think Ball are the two that didn't supply the land that we've actually had to outright purchase land to place a reservoir on.
I'm merely pointing out that the combined municipalities are being quite generous with the small partners in trying to help them. Securing the land for these, which every community wants, and that was the purpose for them joining the commission. For the commission to take on that cost to help out the smaller partners is quite generous of all the other municipalities. So it is somewhat frustrating when they can't get out of the way so that others can help them.
I would agree with those comments, Councillor Stevens.
I would just clarify that in this instance, the two examples that I've had brought up, it was the 13 members purchasing the land at market value. In this case, it's not actually the 13 members, this is the county of Stettler themselves providing the land in kind. So it's even more weighted towards philanthropy, I guess, where it is one municipality of the commission providing land to benefit the other municipality in the commission.
I would think Councilor Stevens, I don't have to speak for him, but I would think he'd be stating the fact that there was an original site for this, and, you'd think that somebody would be arms wide open in order to have this service provided to their community, so.
I still believe in the project, and I would be naive to not think that there is a realistic risk that this village may dissolve and it may become our problem in the future anyway, when we don't have grant money to access to offset the cost for the actual reservoir. So I still believe in the project. It still makes sense. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it was some degree of generosity that we're extending right now.
Councilor Gender?
Like I've been kind of watching the way Denelda has been responding to us and kind of like holding us back on the progress that we want to do. I'd like to be able to say, okay, we are one community within. The old motto that I kind of live by is either poop or get off the pot. And I just find that being that Denelda is not really doing this, I do believe that, okay, we have a neighbor off to the south with frustration, they just come in and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And by Jesus, like I would look at it of where if we have to do it, let's do it and pay the consequences later. Because we know that Denelda is eventually going to be incorporated into the county of Stettler. And if they are so naive that they do not want to look at being neighborly to us, I guess there comes a time that we just have to make a move.
No, Cassidy. I thought we got over the farewell speeches last meeting.
My only comment would be, Councillor Gender, that the County of Stettler does support local autonomy, and we do support, our villages within the County of Stettler with that, if by chance they make a informed decision that they would like to be part of the County of Stettler, then of course we would welcome them with open arms and treat them like every other rate.
It does frustrate the other ratepayers within the county of Stettler. I've had 3 individuals offer to talk to the county about donating land off of Highway 53 to place a reservoir, but it's not right adjacent to Denelda. People understand the need for this, and they just see that it's frustrating when they don't want to work, as the numbers come up numerous times, as a community. And really right now we're down to putting it on county land and trying to use limited access to roads. And that can be a frustrating part of that too, but I guess you did get an answer to your question, and we're trying, we're pushing, but I don't think you'll be loading water out of there probably within up to the year type thing.
Yeah, if we can, and we have done winter construction in the past, and it's been very cost effective for us. We'll just have to take a look at what the winter looks like and what can be done.
Councilor Gender?
In the design of it, Councillor Stevens had made some very decent points on, say, like on the turning radius of trucks coming in. That should be widened out, and myself, I am most willing to donate some 12-inch pipe to put in as barriers around that corner to be able to say, okay, this is where you stay on the road at.
Okay. Somebody accept for information? Councilor McKay? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 6.3 volunteer driver program, Councilor Stillberg?
Yes, some years ago, there was a similar, like a handy bus type program out of Stettler that would take people that had appointments in the cities like Red Deer or Calgary, Edmonton, to take them to their appointments and everything like that. But then that program was discontinued and Stettler was totally without a program. And then FCSS came up with a volunteer driver program, which in the interim is filling that need. And we had quite a few volunteers step forward, and the use was pretty overwhelming, where people needed rides to these appointments. The only thing over time, there's been a loss of volunteers. So the volunteers that are left that are doing the volunteer driver program, they're getting a lot of trips, and it's a lot of miles, and it's a little bit more than they had anticipated, and we really fear that those last few volunteers will burn out too. So this is just a kind of sort of a plea for awareness of the need for volunteers for the volunteer driver program. They get reimbursed for their mileage, and it's quite a healthy amount of mileage, so it's more than the gas would actually cost, and plus some waiting time at the hospital and stuff like that. But otherwise, they are basically volunteering the rest of their time, but and they do use their own vehicles. But anyways, I was just going to make a motion that perhaps we could instruct administration to reach out to FCSS and see how this could be promoted, like the pertinent information could be promoted through our website, just to get the word out that there is this need for this program. And then we could share those details with the public, because they've tried to increase their volunteers, but they're just sort of at a bit of a standstill now, trying to get more volunteers for the program.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I do understand how it is, because with an aging father, we're continually trying to juggle who has to take dad to an appointment somewhere, and they can be Calgary, Edmonton, everywhere. So we as family do still support that, but if people don't have that family network to do that.
That's right, and I know in town just recently, an employee in this town that is quite capable of driving, but was scheduled for cataract surgery, which could not drive, and she has no family here, so she actually used the volunteer program too. So it's just not seniors, it's other people that actually have to use it.
Yvette?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking for directions, so we could definitely put this out on our webpage, social media pages. Who runs the program, and where would we ask who would we ask volunteers to contact?
Yeah, it would be FCSS that runs the program. So,
And then is that council's direction? You just want us to promote it
Yeah.
throughout the county?
Yeah, and as I think the motion was, is contact FCSS to get the pertinent information, and then,
else, yeah.
you know, we can put it on our website possibly, I don't know, our next edition of County Connections, depending on where their volunteerism is at, just to put the plugs out there. Counselor Stevens?
I wanted everyone else's opinion on a slightly different take on this. It seems like a valuable program, and there's been a push by the health minister of creating equal access in rural communities. It's too late for this upcoming convention, but is there a possibility that we could join with the town on a resolution to try and get some provincial funding? I mean, what is the alternative for the province? Right now, it's volunteers and FCSS picking up the tab. But the alternative is they're going by ambulance, and the cost will be astronomically higher. So seeking some sort of financial support or stipend to help these volunteers seems like a pretty modest investment from the province to avoid a very costly alternative.
I think that's a very good,
That makes good sense.
for the next council to take forward to be spring RMA or. Yeah. Counselor Gender?
These volunteers, do they volunteer their vehicle, their time, everything to it? So it's a donation.
Well, as was said, they get paid a fairly good mileage piece and a wait time.
Wait time.
So they are compensated for
Not, it wouldn't be a job, it's still volunteering. And wear and tear and.
The way it was explained to me is it's cost recovery for your vehicle usage, but your time is, you don't get compensated for that. It's to cover your fuel and wear and tear on your vehicle and insurance and that sort of thing. But the actual time is volunteer.
I'm just kind of wondering, okay, so like if this be funded, where would this be funded from?
This is just for advertising right now, eh?
Okay.
Suggesting to go forward would be to look for provincial funding through a partnership with our community members, the town of Stettler, to try and get our people to the appointments that they need, and the people that don't have access to somebody to take them.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, we do have a joint meeting with the town again in March. We could put it on the agenda.
Yeah, no, absolutely, okay. If we
Will you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Certainly will. And I was just going to add one more piece before we move on. I know from my area, there was a retired farmer that moved to Stettler, and he took up the volunteer program because he had a little bit more time on his hands, and he liked BSing with the people on the way over and the way back. It was something he quite enjoyed.
There's some that might volunteer to go to Edmonton and Calgary now that might test your heart through the city too, but.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, we've got a question on the motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Thank you.
Delegation is here.
I did see Mr. Wilson going back and forth.
Start with him out of camera, and if we need to go into camera, we can do that at that point.
Okay, we've got, that is under delegations, which is 5.1, Keith Wilson Bar W Resort at 10:30. We will do introductions for those online, starting with Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, Stettler, good morning.
Paul McKay, Denali Redwall, good morning.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Les Dilberg by Morandier.
Nikki Parsonson, Communications.
Andrew Grishik, Municipal Services.
Cassidy, Senior.
Thank you.
Wilson, RW.
Okay, Keith. Andrew, where does this,
You want that tax sheet up, Keith?
I want yours up first, please.
And I think going into the detail of our tax sheet is what we had in camera, just
yeah, that's
comparables.
I think in fairness, this should likely be the developer's call. I mean, it's not harmful to our business, but it may be to his, whether he wants it to be in the public or in camera. And, not trying to sway you any direction, just so you understand your options.
Have you all seen it?
We have.
Okay, well then I'll go with mine. We'll start there.
I didn't print it off either.
Yeah, no, I'll bring that one up on screen. This one was just received this morning. And I guess we'll let you speak to what you're looking to outline here.
Okay. So it starts with the first appeal back in 2018, November. And then the county had to change their bylaw, so that is the first red, in August 21st, or August 2021. So basically what I'm trying to say is from 19 to 21, even 18, we were dormant. We couldn't do anything till that bylaw changed. So I guess the taxes changed in 20. They went up from the farm rate to that 74,000. So I guess I'm just showing here, in my mind, in all fairness, because we couldn't spin a wheel, we couldn't do a thing, and we couldn't actually move till that second date, and I guess Craig's not here to concur, in 2024, when that LPTR decision came out. So I just did this little, whatever you want to call it here, mock-up here, showing if we'd stayed farm rate in 19, 20, 21, and then we'd have had your 5 years, which we do appreciate, the 3 100s and the 80, I just felt that would be a lot more fair, and just showing there what technically, if that would happen, what we actually have already overpaid. Any questions, or does it make any sense?
Councilor Stevens?
The first one, so the bylaw, is that referring to the South Shore Area Structure Plan?
Correct. So it took you guys like 2.5 years to get, that wasn't a simple feat, and we needed it and we appreciated it, but I don't feel our taxes should have been raised while we were sitting, waiting for that to be dealt with.
other questions for Mr. Wilson? Councilor Jenner?
So these taxes that were paid, were they requisitions or are they?
That would have been the requisitions.
Then we've got Sharon.
Yes, the taxes that, Sharon, you want to use those? Press the little button.
Okay, the amounts that Bar W did pay were only for the requisitions that we have to pay back out, school housing, Stettler waste, and there's 2 or 3 other ones, is the amounts that they paid. The spreadsheet that you received in your package shows the amounts that were canceled, the penalties that were canceled, and what Bar W paid in 219, 220, 221, and 22 and 23. Just to verify in regards to 22 and 23, or 2020, sorry. One of the reasons why it didn't stay as farmland assessment is because the topsoil was removed off. And as soon as that happens, unfortunately, it can't stay as farmland.
And that's a provincial.
In Legend, it's in our legislation or,
And yes, and the topsoil was removed well before any development permit was obtained or.
everything, the topsoil and everything was removed before.
Sharon's correct, that is the law that once the topsoil is removed, it can't be assessed as ag land, but there's also a provision that council can waive a portion of taxes if they felt they deemed it necessary.
The only thing being with that is when it falls into the requisition side.
Oh, no, you can't.
And that is what we just basically are the banker for the province or the other areas on, is we have to collect it and we have to pay them.
We've waived the taxes that are forwarded to other.
Councilor Gender?
So I'm understanding that in column D, in 2022 and 23, the 31,613 and 31,209 would have been for the requisitions then.
That was been 80% there. That was at 80, but,
Those two were at 80.
So there would have been 20% of the actual municipal portion of the tax, and then the requisitions is what would have made up those. Sharon?
Which years are you looking at, 22 and 23?
22 and 23, column D.
if they were at 80%.
There was 80% of the municipal portion canceled, and so they paid 20% plus the requisitions.
Yeah, that's, and then, like I said, 20 in the requisitions, so that's what would have made that up. So if, you know, with the 20% off of there, or I don't know how to back calculate that in my head right here now, but. Okay. Okay. And so it would have been just over line 3 and 4, column D, the 22,451 or the 20,002. Counselor, or Andrew.
You got a promotion.
Don't put that evil on that. I'll throw that at you, Andrew. Okay.
Yeah, bureaucrat Andrew would say. Just for clarity, and I think if I'm understanding this right, Keith, your column C, the discount municipal tax, that's what you're proposing you would like council to deal with?
I just figured,
Been?
I figured that would have been a more fair assessment, and I realized about what Mr. Stolberg said. I understand that about the tax, but I'm just saying that just because we couldn't go forward, we were sitting dormant waiting for the county, just with some bad luck. That's what you're correct.
Yeah, so the C is not what was given, it's how he's calculating what the tax should have been if the incentives that he did receive, which is what those reflect, were started in 2022 instead of started in 2019. The information in your in-camera package shows what the actual incentives received were with that 2019 and 20 being the start date of some of that forgiveness.
And just, Mr. Wilson, for clarity too, it could have been bad luck, but it was that more than topsoil was being removed at this whole time frame. Things were going.
That was irrelevant though of the bylaw. I'm saying bylaw.
The bylaw had to be changed to meet the land use requirement, which was being developed prior to the bylaw being changed. So we could have a very long conversation on that too. So we're sitting here talking about taxes, but I mean, it's not bad luck. That's the time it took to do those steps.
Well, I understand that. Yeah, I know it wasn't easy for you guys. We appreciate it, but I meant the ruling was bad luck, considering, you know, for instance, the other campgrounds in the area. McDonald didn't bother them at all.
Yeah. Okay. Councilor Stevens?
I do believe in our commercial incentive policy, and part of the benefit of having this blanket policy for all new commercial investment is if it's a blanket and not discretionary, then we can actually advertise it. We can use it as an attraction method to help stimulate growth. But that disappears when we're constantly looking at it retroactively as a discretionary power. That is of no attraction to any future development. I mean, at best, on the attraction side, we can hope that any developer that we granted discretion to will sing our praises to any future developers, but it's not really an attraction. And that's why I want to get away from all these one-offs. We have a blanket commercial development incentive. Everyone that meets the criteria is eligible. It doesn't even have to come before us. It's not discretionary. Then we can advertise this, and then developers make an informed decision on which tax breaks they'll get coming in. But I think we're getting away from the spirit of what we're trying to do by treating all these one-offs.
I guess there is a start date for the incentive program though too, so this is prior to it, so this is, and why we're sitting here talking about it too.
And in principle, I support the incentive plan. The fact that it isn't in place, I still value it, and I would think that Bar W should be eligible for the same amount of savings that anybody else would be if we had passed it 6 months ago. I do have a concern that the numbers shown here are a further savings than what we just handed out or what we've discussed in our blanket policy. So we're looking at 460 points of municipal tax savings, and we had a long discussion about whether 3 years or 5 years was the most appropriate or most helpful to developers. But it was still only 300 tax points of municipal savings that we were discussing. And now we're looking at 460. And I can't support deviating from something that we've spent the last year fighting for to get in as a blanket policy.
I guess I'd argue with your one-off. Sometimes there's different circumstances, like the bylaw. It's not like it was an easy fix. I know it took a lot of work and a lot of time on your behalf, but.
No. And that's a valid point.
And I guess anytime you take agriculture land to any other commercial or recreational use, it could affect your bylaws. And it does create a lot of work, Keith. So I think and it can take, based on what bureaucratic process we have to follow, it can take a long lot of work. So I sat through at this table for the full, not quite the start, I guess, but basically the full 8 years of the development. And there was many points that there was indicated to woe in those first 2 years. And there was no heed. I was, and I'm telling you that, and there was no heed taken to any of the warnings to woe. Hold up. You're going too fast. This stuff isn't in place yet. And that was even when the dirt was being moved, Keith.
That's why I started at 19, because I wasn't involved until the fall of 19. So that's when I took over, and that's the only thing I can contribute comments on.
Okay. Councilor Tinder?
So in 22, I just want to clarify this, 22 and 23, were those $31,000, was that total just requisition? And also what I'm relating back to, okay, when did your campsite really get opened up for business?
It would have been the spring of last year. It was the May of 2024.
Okay. So I guess my question is still, okay, what is the requisition part on, say, 22, 23?
About $20,000 each year.
Okay, about the same as 21 then?
No, it went up 10,000. 21 was 20,000. So there's 10,000 difference, or 11,000 difference in those.
Right, but just the requisition portion of that was, each year the requisition was between about $20,000 and $22,000.
Okay, so the same as 21, just gradually being increased.
Well, the requisitions wouldn't have changed. So in 22 and 23, The difference between 21 and those 2 years is that now there was a portion of municipal taxes he was paying. That's the 20%.
What I find is, okay, like this business is only trying to get going on there. And they had not opened up, say like in 24. I can support, say like a business that wants to come into the place here and get set up and they're ready to open business and start making some income. Okay, with myself, okay, I look at the farming background back, okay, when you're nurturing a calf, you will nurture it in order to try and get it to market. Whereas I just find that with this calf that we have now in place of us, it's one that we're damn near wanting to slaughter it before we want to take it to market. So I do find that there should be some leniency on some businesses of where they do not always fit off. And yes, this is a one-off. So I look, if we are harsh on all businesses that come in, treat them all the same, and they do not really make it in the town, if this ever failed, where is it going to leave us in the future? For investments coming into the county, it is kind of very much deter people also. We try to attract business into town, in this county.
Mr. Stevens?
What, in your mind, do you think would be an appropriate tax relief? I mean, ignore the years and percentages.
That's the council general.
Yeah. So if we gave $250,000, do you think that that would be an appropriate tax relief?
I find that being that they are still struggling trying to get this operation going and it is not open for business, even is up to 23, yes, the requisition part, by all means, that should be paid onto it. Once they start into business, I guess then a crapshoot to be able to say, okay, are they going to be running at 100%? Or are they going to be running at 8%? This year, I don't know whether you were even running at 30%.
Well, we were 20 last year and like 16 right now.
16%.
Of capacity.
Correct.
So like, it's a very hard one to swallow with Bill to say, okay, we are only going to be taxing you at say like 16 and 20% each of the years. And every year going forward, it's going to be a very difficult decision on there. So no, I do not really have a number in there, but it's all say 22 and 23. It should have been definitely the requisition. Once they are up and running, then I start looking at a different tax rate on there.
Would you be open to the same principle for oil and gas companies? When they have to shut in gas wells because the price is negative and we have a quarter of our pipeline infrastructure sitting empty? Are you game for waiving their taxes?
See,
We're pro-business and they're not operating at full capacity.
I guess I look at it differently of when a business is starting up. They have had years in the past of where they had ample, they were able to, I'll say, have a business model behind them of where they were able to kind of get going.
Councilor Agenda, I've been sitting for the last year on mature asset strategy, and what you're proposing right there is not correct whatsoever. There's new companies starting up every day, probably today as we speak, that are taking on wells that would consider what is being suggested right now as being full tax relief on whatever their system is at. That's what they're trying to talk the Alberta government into. And that's what we as municipalities, RMA, are fighting back on. So back to what Councillor Stevens had brought up is we have worked a long time on this tax concession piece, and regardless, like where we started, our requisitions went up because we were assessed on provincial regulations on what that land should be assessed at. So it comes to the point of where does it start, and when you sit at the table and you start hearing 460 points versus 300 points, what do we do fairly to our? And we want to attract businesses. We want to treat everybody fairly, but that's the whole thing. We want to treat it fairly. So maybe we started our 100% so too quickly, but on the same sense, then we have to recalculate back taxes on what should have been paid versus a tax concession in there earlier. So it isn't just a simple math thing. And you cannot operate based year to year on what capacity is, because we've had other members come to the table that that our oil field and/or, development within our property, that we never ask them, like we give them that concession, we don't ask them the last day, are you at 100% capacity, sales capacity? Because that part is really up to their business model, and it's irrelevant at that part. We gave them a concession to start. So, and we went through some of those at the table not very long ago, and that's not gonna be a question that we even ask those developers. Are you at 100% sales capacity right now?
I would caution council, and this is my own opinion, everyone's welcome to deviate from it, to not trying to dig into every business's financial model or their business model. I fear that there is a great risk, because I know very little about the RV resort business. I could name dozens of businesses that I would be quite ill-informed about. So for me to try and gauge what is a good business model or not, it would be of ignorance. If we want to critique a construction company, like, that's more my wheelhouse, but it's not, I don't view it as my place to critique anyone's business model.
I do agree with Councillor Stevens. We can't use the success of financial in our deliberations here, because like he just pointed out, I mean, I know Bar W has tried very hard to manage their resort and fill it, and but you could, on the other hand, you could get one that come in next year and didn't try hard, and then they would show us that they're not making anything. But where I can see some movement on this is where the LPRT decision held up any movement on there. I think we can adjust the timing of our incentive to match that, but I don't think we can take capacities and things in, because as Councillor Stevens pointed out, that gets pretty deep into the woods for every other development that we tax. And so I think where there's room for movement is when you start the tax incentive.
Councillor Stolberg, though the LPRT decision was January 29th, 2024, according to this here. And then, so what do we do in the requisitions when we're taxing according to what provincial regulations are up to that point, even though it is in an LPRT process? So, like, because we're talking, that's our two pieces. We're talking county taxes and we're talking requisitions, and they walk hand in hand with each other. But the requisitions, if we forgive those requisitions, it's every other taxpayer in our.
No, I'm not saying relax on the requisitions, just on the municipal portion.
Councillor Gender?
Looks like in 2024 you paid the 77,000?
Correct. We paid the whole shop.
So like, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, how
How is that working out with the years that corresponds to our bylaw?
okay, then,
Like with the 100%?
The tax incentive is, we're just working on it right now already. So
No incentive in 24.
I can,
Andrew's just typing something in, not $100, it's a percent.
so if I remember correctly, it came in two separate motions at two separate times, the pre or the past tax relief. So the first year was somewhat negligible because it was assessed way lower. It was pre-development of any substantial sort. It was 100. So year 2 and 3 is when, and this is strictly municipal, the percentages I'm giving. Year 2 and 3 were both at 100, and that was made in one motion, as well as waiving the fines or penalties for not paying on time. Year 4 and 5, if I remember correctly, you made the motion. It was 80% municipal and 80% for for both year 4 and 5, so that'll show as
80% standard just put in.
yeah, 22 and 23. And then he would have been at full taxes after that.
And Sharon had her hand up.
I was just going to mention what the just the municipal portion would have been for the 2024, would have been 56,798. She paid last year, just so you know what the amount of the municipal portion is.
$20,000 was what the requisition piece was. Okay. So back to administration, do we take this back and go through our other package that we had in camera to discuss further? Because whatever decision we make here does somewhat, it's like what was said by Councillor Stevens earlier, we're bringing forward this other tax incentive package.
The bit of information that was included in your in-camera package is included in the in-camera package because of the comparable other developments that we provided. You've largely spoken to the information that would be considered in there, so if council doesn't have questions about that sheet, we don't need to go into camera, but if you've got some questions. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sharon would maybe then.
And it's not directly to Bar W.
So yeah, then if we could go in camera to discuss some of the information that would potentially prejudice our negotiating position, then that would be a reason to go into camera.
Do we wish to go into camera? Councillor Stillberg?
We move in camera.
Okay, so we'll be in camera until we get done discussing it, but Keith, you'd be out at this point, as in camera with the other data that we've got too. But we'll bring you back in after.
I know what you're saying. Don't leave.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thanks, gentlemen.
We do need to vote for the in-camera.
And call the question for all in favor for in camera, and that's carried.
coffee, the cigarettes, and he jumps every time.
Say it's the cigarettes. I think there are.
Sounds like you might have gone out to the truck, but.
Counselor Stevens?
I will, oh, did we lose
Oh,
Paul?
we lost Paul somewhere.
I think
We got one. I'll move that we receive for information our delegation.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
I'll,
Go ahead, Counselor Stevens.
I'll make a second motion to instruct administration to bring back the dust control policy, depending on whether the future development to the southeast of this property moves forward.
The development agreement. So, sorry, just to clarify that you're looking to specifically discuss a modification of the development agreement concerning dust control for this development, not the full dust control policy.
Correct, correct.
Got that as a motion? Okay, call the question, all in favor? And as with any of our larger developers, if there's a request back to the administration to set up a, oh, no, it's not. Okay, I'll start that back again. Apologize, my mic was on. And this developer also can come forward to our administration to ask for a tax repayment structure plan. And that would have to be worked through, and then it would come back to council. So that's another option on this too. So. Okay. What do we have? What time are the next delegates supposed to arrive?
11:45.
I don't think.
Okay, so,
Oh, right. Yes.
okay, councilor's request for information, 6.4, ATCO three-phase power plans. Councilor Stevens.
At the last rec board meeting, one of our local rec volunteers is employed by ATCO, and he gave us an update. This was brought on by our economic dashboard plan that we're looking into. That was discussed briefly at our rec board meeting. And it was brought to our attention that ATCO is looking at removing three-phase power from multiple hamlets and villages province-wide. Sounds like the first one that is being targeted is Botham. They are also going to be looking at Red Willow and possibly Denelda in the future. So internal of the village or hamlet would be down to one-phase power. And I mean, some of the demand has dropped I'm sure in some of these villages, but I think it would be prudent for us to reach out to ATCO and get some more information about what they're planning. We just discussed the Denelda Reservoir and pumping station. We are going to require three-phase power, and I would like to get ahead of this before it's too late.
And if I can add to that, Botha already has a reservoir with their whole town system or hamlet system operating off of the pumps with three-phase power along with fire protection. So it is, and as far as economic development within our hamlets, especially the ones along railroad tracks, et cetera, we are, or railroad track right-of-ways, I should say. Could be really limiting whatever future development could be put in there if we don't have three-phase power. So I do think this warrants further discussion with ATCO, and to be, as community partners, for us to be fully aware of what's going on within the regions and in that decision-making process.
I'll make a motion to instruct administration to bring back more information about what ATCO's plans are in our, I would say, villages and hamlets in our broader community, since we have a relevant stake in even the villages. We have properties in multiple villages as well.
Okay. I'll call the question, all in favor? And Mr. Wilson, we weren't sure if you were here or gone, so. Okay, no, we went, we did go through, we accepted for information. And, it's all through the motions on the camera. And then as far as the tax request, it is required as your tax, requisition came out. And, but if there is a requirement for a repayment plan through, we direct it through our administration, we'll bring that back to council. But that's what, after lengthy discussions and fairness to all developers, that's what we came up with.
So what you're saying is, as is, nothing changed?
Yes, that's what we're saying, other than there's the opportunity for repayment structure plan, which we do with major developers, so.
Okay. Thanks for trying, and I still think there's pro-development as tough as you say, but thanks.
Okay. New business, 7.1, request for decisions. All right, I guess, do we, yeah, we did vote on that last motion, yes. So 7.1, request for decision, firefighter health benefits policy, page 19 of the package. It's just exciting agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has been a request from council from some time ago about trying to offer out some kind of health benefits to our volunteer firefighters. We do carry workers' compensation benefits, life insurance.
Death and dismemberment.
Yeah, through RMA and, what's the other name of that?
BIFS.
Great, I haven't been able to get run into Lorraine long enough to get her to pull it for me. But this would be on top, and as we spoke of earlier this spring, is that we now have enough time in with our current policy provider that they were willing to work with us to be able to provide our volunteers with something. So we went through, Andrew's been involved with this, he'll probably have some comments after. We worked with Ivan and Troy on it, and feedback from our firefighters, and we are suggesting that council approve the firefighter health benefit policy as presented. And in this policy, that we would set up a $2,000 health spending account for all volunteer firefighters. That would enable them for assistance with, massages, psychological help, physiotherapy, dental, could help them with any their spouse or their kids. And we also asked that it could be carried forward for 1 year, and the insurance company agreed. And what happens is, if, say, your kids need braces, you can piggyback those and help you with the costs of them.
Yeah, I think, if I can, one of the advantages to going with a healthcare spending account over a traditional health benefits policy is that it would work in tandem with our firefighters' existing policies they might have. So through their full-time work. So for example, if I work for an oil and gas servicing company and my benefits cover say medications, for example, but has a copay on it, it'll only do say 80% or whatever. These funds could be used instead to cover off that copay, on top of being used supplementally. The other issue we had with traditional health benefits as we were looking into this is that the firefighter eligibility would be pretty rigidly enforced. And so, for example, if you didn't have benefits through a third-party provider, you'd be required to, which does sound good, but if council was then looking for those benefits, which do have a high monthly cost, to be partially paid for by that employee, so say a 25% paid for by the volunteer firefighter through a deduction on their check, it would make a pretty significant detriment instead to some members, whereas going with the healthcare spending account, we pay out exactly what gets claimed, and there's effectively no negative and no out-of-pocket for the volunteer firefighter as a result.
Plus, if we went with a more traditional benefit, there would have to be 100% buy-in. So it could hurt a volunteer firefighter if he was only, you know, a couple calls and a couple practices a month. Those premiums would probably be more than what he would receive. And we don't want to do that either. We just want to offer them something to assist them and to thank them for the service that they give the county staff.
Counselor Stevens?
Question for clarification, the health spending account, so could they spend it on themselves or anyone in their immediate family? Doesn't
Yes.
have to be spent on the volunteer. I mean, I've went years where I didn't see a doctor or dentist, but my kids did very regular.
Yes, also, it has to meet the criteria of any health spending account, CRA approved, right? So you can't go out and buy a new car with it or a bike or something, but, you know, everything else would definitely be covered for their family or themselves.
Counselor Gender?
Need a motion for that one?
Yes, we do.
Yes, please.
Counselor Gender makes a motion.
Motion to support the policy that we have presented.
For the health, okay.
The firefighter health benefits.
That's a good enough, that motion is good, Michelle?
Michelle's got magic with her.
Okay, we'll call the question, all in favor? And that's carried.
We had discussed at a high level some sort of fitness, whether we do it at the fire hall or a third-party organization. Is that going to be coming up, or is that?
Yeah, so we don't have it prepped for this meeting yet, but we are working locally to see if we can't make a deal with a private gym within Stettler, and so that will come back to council with more details once we've got that worked out. But at this point, we're going to pursue utilizing the existing service providers in town rather than outfitting the hall with its own gym.
I'm good with that. When you're exploring options, I would prefer to take the family approach with that, the same as our health spending account. Instead of just giving the firefighter a gym pass, family memberships are usually more than an individual, but not a substantially larger amount. So I think there's value.
If that can be investigated prior to bringing that back. Okay. Are we waiting for some other, okay. We'll go on to the next, request for decision, 7.2. Dust control policy, page 23.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg, did you want to take this one?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So, council had reviewed this policy previously and made comment on some of the areas that they'd like to have addressed, whether it be a little more information or add in areas to cover both quality control as well as ratepayer follow-up in the case of concerns or feelings of a product failure. So in the policy that was submitted, you will see that we have implemented these items. We did work into a quality control and application standard into the policy as well. There was a request that we potentially add a mobilization fee for an oil product that would be less than 200 meters. Basically what we did there is we just changed it so that a 100-meter oil supply product would be allowed. Just the same basically as our MG30 product is as well. So that's how we decided to approach it in that regard. When we do have ratepayers inquiring about the distance that they will be applying to their road surface, we will ensure that we alert them to the fact that 100 meters sometimes may not give the appropriate coverage that they're looking for, but in the end it is the ratepayers, their decision that they make. There was some interest and request for adding information as to how multi-lot subdivisions would be approached. I think that's something that's best maybe in a separate document. There's quite a bit of discussion and determination of how we would approach this in multiple areas, and the fact that what happens if, you know, what breakthrough, what's the threshold if half the people want it and half don't? How do we approach it, billing the entire subdivision or just certain individuals? So I think there's some more discussion that needs to be had by council with administration on that, and I think it's something that we could bring into in its own realm or its own policy on how to deal with the multi-lot subdivisions and dust control. As well, we went into and we do have it that county-funded dust control projects will be reviewed annually, and any projects that we feel as though the determination for that being a county-funded project, if they have changed and it needs to be removed from the list, those items will be brought to council for their review. Discussion will be had. There will be information provided to council supporting the removal of that project or adding to the system, and then council can make the decision from that point, and staff will move forward in either adding or removing a location from that site. So with that, if there's any other questions on that, I can field those, or there is a request for decision attached to this as well.
Councilor Gender?
In the policy, does it state on, we have had 2 issues in the past of where the oil product failed. So like, are we going to be collecting samples every time that we put down a certain part and keep it on hand so that we do have verification on what product was there?
So that is spoke to, I believe, and it will be covered in like the quality control portion of the policy, and the fact that we will be working with the approved tender contractors who are supplying the product. We'll be receiving those quality controls so that we know what we're receiving at that point in time. We'll also be requesting the calibration verification on their equipment to ensure that the product's being applied at the proper rate for those locations. As well, we will be, as it states in the policy, we will be working with their best application practices. So if we'll be working with our tender contractors, and if they feel as though we need to maybe add some aggregate to certain locations or things like that, those are things that we'll work towards completing beforehand, so that we get the best rate of investment for the ratepayer. All products, I mean, since we're dealing with the variability and the fact that no road conditions are the same, there is a chance that there is going to be ratepayers that feel as though that the product isn't acting adequately or isn't performing well. We aren't able to warrant those expectations. If the expectation is that it's going to be like asphalt, this isn't what we're working with. We're working with either a calcium product or an oil product, a light oil product. We do support the fact that if you're working with oil, that you do apply it annually, that it needs to be applied annually. If you apply it once and 3 years later you decide you're going to apply it again, there isn't going to be that effectiveness that they maybe had if they did apply it annually previously. So there is a bit of an onus and a responsibility that the ratepayer needs to take as well, in the fact that if they're willing to invest the money in a dust control, any, I guess, deviation from the program is likely going to cause them to have less effectiveness on that dust control.
I just don't want to see it, because like we have written off 2 of them in the past of where there was no cost to them because of they were saying that the product never performed as properly. But like within the policy, you also do have it, there's no warranty invested also. So we're gonna have to more like rely on that part of it then.
And as well, operations staff, we've reviewed a few of the comments and consultations that we've had with ratepayers. And we've identified the fact that there isn't a lot of information that's on the product itself that's been relayed or available to the ratepayers. So we're putting together, basically it's a product package that will be available to all ratepayers so that they can read it, they can see what the product is, they can see how it acts and what its performance rating is like in our aggregate on our roads. And then it'll allow them to have a better idea of making a decision. We've had some ratepayers that have been, taking oil for years, and then they've driven over our AMG product locations, and they're like, well, I never knew about that. I need more information. So we're gonna put that together and have it available as well for ratepayers, and it'll be circulated so that they have the access to that information.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that the council approves policy PW 2.2 gravel road dust reduction as it is presented in our package.
Yes, I just need clarification because I came across a ratepayer that suggested on secondary roads, do we lay down the dust control? This was on 850 North Red Road.
On the secondary highway, the gravel secondary highways?
Roads. On the secondary roads, or gravel roads, it was suggested that we do put it down, and I don't understand or know what the follow-up is. I know that they don't come to the county of Stettler and ask for it on a secondary road because that's a provincial roadway, so.
No, we do the application.
On secondary highways,
We do the application on secondary highways if it's been received by the county in consultation with Alberta Transportation. It is also relayed through to the ratepayer that we do not maintain that surface.
Yes.
That is a contract service that's held by Alberta Transportation, so if they do feel and deem that it is needing to be worked, that is not something that we get to determine one way or the other. That is something that contractor will determine.
But we don't bill the taxpayer that gets that put in front of them. Transportation bills those individuals, or do we bill what we?
No, it's paid for by the ratepayer on that road surface to the county of Stettler as we apply it. Yep.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
So we have to get permission from Alberta Transportation to apply.
I get that they have to go through transportation before we even look at it, so, okay, yep.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the table, call the question, all in favor, and that would be carried. Okay. From a timing basis, I don't know if we move into our review. I guess we can move into 10.1, our old business annual chief administrative officer review. We did do our survey. It's page 27, okay. Officers report or review, 10.1, the annual chief administrative officer review is 10.1. So is that? Yeah, okay. I was seeing the report on my screen there.
Yep. You said 27, I typed in 28, you were right, 27.
We did do our survey, we discussed it as council. As I committed, I did a letter based on council's recommendations, and I did sit down with CEO Casti and go through the recommendations. So that is all covered off, the check mark is there, and then we just have to bring it back to our council and to confirm that it has happened, so. Councilor McKay?
I will make that motion that we confirm.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor, and that is carried. Thank you. How are we doing, Councilor Gender? Have you got a response back if you're?
Not yet, I just sent her a text. How are you?
Probably sent you texts like that too, though.
Not an answer probably too. Under our old business, is there either one of those? Possibly. No. there any, is either of those a little shorter, like either county of?
The Stettler water agreement, basically, this agreement was presented over a year ago. I forgot it on my desk. To council, and then we met with Starland a week ago. Councillor Stilberg, Reeve Clark, Andrew, and myself. And the agreement was just looking for authorization from council to sign it. The only addition that, or amendment we're making to it is on the actual water allotment. Yeah.
So the water allocation will be basically what we had designed out the technical capacity for was about 34,000 cubes for us originally, and then a roughly 30,000 cubes for Starland on that water line. So what we'd be looking for would just be functionally a 50-50 split on the allocation, with a minimum being that we would be allocated 34,000 cubic meters annually. Currently, we're utilizing about 26,000 cubic meters for that line, so we do have quite a bit of breathing room based on those figures. And then as well, the County of Starland and ourselves have committed to jointly reaching out to Henry Kruger Water Commission to discuss evaluating what the current real capacity of the water lines are for pumping to us, and compare that to the regulatory approvals that we have in place. Because if we do need more water allocation on the regulatory side, we have the ability, or we likely have the ability, to request that Alberta Environment transfer some of our allocation via Shirley to that. The County of Stettler's portion of Shirley's allocation is about 1.4 million cubes. We're using a very, very small portion of that, so we could easily move it around. And then it's just the technical capacity beyond that. Basically, largely, I think it comes down to the pumping capacity, not the pipe size, which is good because pumps are a lot easier to replace than pipes. So we will follow up on that, but at this point, it looks like we're in agreement on the terms of what council had seen previously, just with the addition of a more specific water allocation in there.
Yeah, and you did approve the agreement when we originally sent it to Starland. So this is just the amendment that we want to do and bring it up to date to where we're at. We seem to have all the quirks in the billing figured out. We seem to have the meters in place, and after a thorough analysis, we are paying for basically for what our meter says we are using. Meters.
My question was around the metering. We had gotten those sorted out, so we were dealing with actuals and not estimates.
Yeah, so we reconciled a few years worth of billing with our own internal meter reads, and it looks like they have, at least since 2021, been utilizing the same meters we utilize, which is right at the border between our municipalities, which is the perfect place to read from. So Starland was already reading the meters that we were going to ask them to use to bill from. So yeah, and the power consumptive charges had been dropped from the bills earlier this year or last year. And so yeah, we were basically on alignment on all things. We're able to get it in writing now, and then again work together to make sure that we're both getting the allocation that we need, not just today, but for some growth that we've still got some rural projects in that area in the group of projects waiting for funding. And so that I don't foresee that taking up the rest of the allocation we have now, but more is always better.
And I brought up, like, we did bring up the point strongly with the extra use of truck fills, that we definitely want to sit at the table and talk about the volumes, as Andrew's brought up, and it may be pump issues, et cetera, but that is a fixable issue as long as we can put more water through the system. So, Councilor Stolberg?
It was definitely a good meeting, and they were very receptive to our suggestions, and I didn't anticipate it would even go as well as it did, but it went really well. I mean, we got everything we wanted, and they were happy to agree to what would work for us, and so it was a good meeting for sure, and I think it was timely to get it done now, while everybody that's on these councils are familiar with that project.
So your motion we require is to proceed forward or receive for information?
To give that motion? Being I drink it every day.
I would say to authorize administration, together with the REEF, to enter into an agreement with Starland, to codify our, water sales agreement.
Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. That water is very important coming to the towns. Counselor Gender?
On my way.
Okay, well, can we do the,
Do you want to start with Mr. Stolberg and we'll follow?
okay, we could do that, or we could do it directly after lunch, if that worked better as well. Be fine with you, Counselor Stolberg, to do it after lunch?
I don't spill gravy on my.
I was just, I was gonna warn you about your tie. Do we have a pen?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, we'll recess for lunch. Yes, it's usually you or me. item on the agenda is we've got retirement of County of Stettler counselors. And if we could call Les and Rosemary up, or it's up, Les up, and because it is a partner type thing.
It definitely is.
Yeah. Come around to the front, yeah.
We'd like it now. You've got it, Nikki?
Of the 15 years that you put in. And working with you, you put your true commitment and your true values to every board you're on, and you bring your opinions to the table and you fight for what you believe in. So it is going to be with great sadness to have my neighbor from the south not driving by and talking about things in the mornings and stuff. So on behalf of myself, the council, and all the county of Stettler, enjoy your retirement. And if that honeydew list gets too long, yes, you can come in and spend a day with us. So thank you very much.
You want to just pull the gift out of the bag there?
Oh. Cool. Thank you.
He probably wants to say a few words too.
Yeah.
There, just there. I'll hold it for you.
Oh, okay. Yes, well, thank you for the gift, and it's a bittersweet day for me, for sure. I'm definitely going to miss parts of it, for sure. And the County of Stettler has incredible staff, and I've enjoyed working with them. It's been a pleasure. I've met people along the way I never would have met otherwise. I've developed friendships that are lifelong, and I really value those. But I am looking forward to some time for myself, my family, and my bucket list. And I just like to say, like at the next month after I'm no longer here, if my truck ends up in the parking lot, it come all by itself because it knows the way because it's come so often. So that could happen. But no, I'm going to miss you all for sure. And it's been a good run. Lots of rewarding moments, lots of good memories. And 15 years, it seemed like a blink. It doesn't seem like 15 years since I first started. But no, it's been an experience I'll never forget, that's for sure. So, and it has been my pleasure serving my people and the whole county. We do have a wonderful county, and I'm really impressed with the commitment of this county to its rural communities. I mean, we know that's the fabric of a county, is keeping their rural communities viable, and this county has been very successful in doing that. And even in the town of Stettler, all the things we fund here with Ag Society and different events going on, I'm proud to have been a part of that for 15 years as well. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to miss you.
Thank you again, Les.
Are you going to stand and hold it? So Les, on behalf of staff, just wanted to pass this card on to you and to tell you how much we're going to miss you. I've had the privilege and the honor of working with you for 15 years. And the County of Stettler has such a wonderful reputation, and you've been such a big part of building that. And one of my most favorite memories is going to be when we went to Edmonton to lobby the government. We went for water and we came home with a highway. So I will never drive by a highway and not think of you. And also, I think the people in Bymore and Indiang are going to miss you so much, because though we teased you about having the most paved roads and the most graded back roads in the County of Stettler, it was very true. And we hope you stop in. Don't be a stranger. And we'd like to thank Rosemary for sharing you with us for these 15 years, because even though you've got the job, she gets to cover for you, and she gets to put up with the telephone calls, and especially the ones on Christmas Eve when things aren't going so well. So thank you, Les. We're really going to miss you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Can I get you three to just stand together? There you go.
slideshow.
Oh, we better spoil that.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
And I'll call up Counselor Gender. It will probably be the last, I call you that. And we're not done this meeting yet anyhow, Ernie. Yeah. Ernie's one of the ones that convinced me when I did throw my hat in to run. So that goes back further than that, you know, but we're neighbors on Highway 12. And Ernie, I just want to thank you for everything you brought to the county. Some perspectives, your business acumen, your construction acumen, and you always had ideas. I know we're going to have a lot of staff that, unless we have somebody fill your shoes, that's asking for the check run numbers and what this expense was and what that expense was, which we'll be seeing later today. I know because you've asked those questions again this meeting. So you always held everybody accountable to the costs that we were spending. And the one thing about your place, I drive by there often enough. I can always be nosy and see what's going on with Councillor Gender. So hope you enjoy your retirement. You've been here 12 years and brought many points to the table and fought hard for your constituencies and for the infrastructure within the county of Stettler. So thank you. We'll switch order. You can bring this, and then we have Ernie do his.
Well, Lorraine, just a card to say thank you from staff. We're really going to miss you. We had a bit of a rough start when we first started, but I think we won each other over, and we're so glad that you came on board. You made us accountable. You made us research. If we had a discussion with you, we had to make sure our facts were straight. Oh, no, not really. Maybe a couple times. You know, I think that you, just your dedication to your ratepayers is really going to be missed. We did lots of work and lots of extra work to, you know, deal with some of the complaints that were out there or the concerns that your ratepayers had. And I think on the whole, we tried to make them as satisfied as we could. You kept us in line on grades. You kept us on line on how to grade roads. I'll never pass heavy equipment and not think about you. But thank you so much. It was such an honor and a privilege, and I was with you the whole 12 years. Thank you, and thank you to Nancy again for sharing you with us, because we put you to work and it was hard, and you were very dedicated, and we've gone through some tough stuff and some good stuff, but she let you come and help us. So we're really appreciative, and thank you. Don't be a stranger. Please come back lots. We have cake here on everybody's birthday. Thank you.
It's been a hell of an enjoyable ride. Starting out from, had a few issues when I first come in here. We have tackled some, accomplished some, but there's a hell of a lot more yet to do. So best to everyone in here. It has been a real pleasure working with everyone in here. There'll be some good times still with memories, as long as I can keep my memory alive. It gradually does fade. I do remember back in the day when Reeve Clark had phoned me up and said, "Okay, Gender, be honest with me. How much time does this really take?" And I said, "No problem. 2 days a month, depends on how many committees." I think he's been able to damn near prove me wrong. It's one that when he takes on the Reeve ship, and I've seen the dedication of Larry towards his county, and then also to throw in his hat for another run at this, it is greatly appreciated. He is willing to take up some steps that I'll say, leave it to someone else to carry on. Thank you kindly.
You're Ernie.
Oh, I did.
Oh, by the way. On behalf.
I don't know what that was.
And thank you to both, and we'll now resume back to the meetings. Thank you for coming in and thanks for giving them up for the time that you did and convincing the rest of our spouses that it should hopefully worthwhile at the end. Yeah.
You guys should do a picture with council and Nancy and
Yes. Yeah.
Rosemary and.
Okay, we'll have a quick recess. The reports? 10-3, well, we never counted County of Stettler Commercial. So old business, 10.3, County of Stettler Commercial.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricky could probably give you a better introduction. But this is, what was it, Lost for a Day or?
This is, so the County of Stettler is hosting the filming of an episode of 72 Hours to Survive later this month, actually, over a 3-day period. And so we have a survivalist coming to town and a film crew. And as part of our hosting this event, they came out and shot a little 30-second commercial that will air with our episode, which is a bow hunting episode or a hunting episode of 72 Hours to Survive on the Wild TV network. And so we just wanted to share with you, did we?
Keep that.
Okay. So today, we were just thinking we should share with you the preliminary draft of our commercial for the 72 Hours to Survive episode. We've been pretty excited to host this film crew in our town, and they were a pleasure to work with over and throughout the filming of this 30-second spot. So we're definitely looking forward to the rest of the month where we get to see them again.
Welcome to the County of Stettler, in the heart of Alberta. There's something here for everyone. The beauty of nature abounds. Parks, lakes, river valleys for exploring, fishing, boating, miles and miles of outdoor recreation. Deep roots in ranching and agriculture tell a story of tradition and hard work. Breathtaking prairie beauty at every turn. The County of Stettler. You'll come to visit and you'll want to stay.
Beautiful photography, isn't it? It's just gorgeous, yeah.
It did cover a lot of ground in 30 seconds too, didn't it?
You did, yeah.
Recognize the communities it's in and the awards it fell into.
Did you guys ever see the commercials for, or not commercial, but that we did, actually landed it for the Municipal Excellence Award we won for Shirley McCollum?
I don't think we've shown it at council for sure.
Yeah, we could probably bring it up, we could go on till we find it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe do it for the end of the day?
Yeah.
We will show that
Yeah.
at the end of the
This was
day.
my version of being prepared.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So, do we need to accept that for information, or that's just,
Make that motion, we accept that for information?
call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Then we are on to 13, which is reports. 13.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 28 of the package.
Pretty self-explanatory. If there's any questions, we're available, Dennis.
Long days listed, as most months.
Brief clerk, if I may.
Yes.
The page 35, you'll see the front cover of County Connection magazine, which went in the mail 2 to 3 days before the Canada Post strike. So I've received feedback that some local residents have received it, but some have not. So I just wanted to highlight, which is highlighted in the package, that this magazine is available on our website. On the front page, you'll see a button where you can click on County Connection magazine and read it if in fact you didn't receive yours, and you're not gonna for a little while probably. Also, you could contact us at info@stettlercounty.ca, and I can email you a copy that you can just pull up in your email and read as well. So I just wanted to highlight that with the strike. Also, our Facebook page was shut down a couple weeks ago, and while we were informed there was actually no problem and it is operational, it is still not operational. There's a technical glitch. Facebook's informed me and they're working on it, but as of right now, we still don't have our page back up and running. So just wanted to inform the public that we're also working on that.
Yeah, yes, and I guess in that also too is it, I believe it's the next page. If I recall my package correctly, it showed the voter information where the ballots are.
Yes, and that's also all available on our website at stettlercounty.ca. Yeah.
It's also available as part of this package, just so people are fully aware of where they can go to vote and what wards are taking votes. One, like my ward itself, I discussed with the vet, like we don't have an election in there now. And so for school trustee, there is an election for school trustee, and it is covered either in Bymore or at the Stettler office here. And Mr. Nyberg, there's not a school trustee in that area, is election clerk, is there? So there would be no issue there, so, okay. And there's still, and regardless, there was still the office, with Thurston, Iowa, also. Okay, but for Ward 3, if, for school trustees to do our Democratic, it would either be Bymore or the Stettler County office. Councilor Stevens?
On that vein, just a reminder, there is the candidates forum tonight, if anyone chooses to tune in. Thank you to the Board of Trade and Stettler Library for putting that on. If you can't attend in person, then it will be live streamed on the library Facebook as well.
And it is at the hub at 7 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Anything else with the Chief Administrative Officer's report. Counselor Gender?
I'm looking at page 51. On there, like, I guess, what I'm requesting in there, say, like, when some of the, okay, I was able to look at the drainage system and say, like, was happening in or in Gadsby, and it kind of be kind of a fiasco over there, where there's quite concerns with Reeve Clark and myself saying, okay, some of the ditches that were supposedly cut and were going to be cut and left there. I would just like to respectfully ask, say, like, in time, on whether some of these projects can also be brought to, I'll say, council, because someone on council may be able to have a look at these designs and say, okay, yay, nay, gives kind of their opinion also on them. And on page 64, there's a pile of garbage. I'm just kind of wondering, like, where that was and what type of a human being would leave to something like that if they had dumped it in the ditch.
I mean, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Gender, that garbage that you're looking at is actually, that's one of the old egg plastic deposit locations in our transfer stations, just showing, you know, basically the final cleanup view between the two location, or the two spots. So the egg service staff has gone in and cleaned up all those locations now, to the point where you can't see that there any garbage or anything deposited at that location anymore.
Thank you for the clarification, my mistake on that one there, but no, excellent job on there. On page 69.
I told everybody to turn their phones off except, I guess, apparently.
Rounds on that, right?
Yes.
Just looking at T108, the Captain Moore, it says that you had to cut an access hole in to change the blades on it. So after all these years that they've been building them, they don't have any proper access.
I'll have to just check in with manager in our shop on that one. But I'm certain with their experience, if there's something that they came upon, there's a reason why they went after it that way.
Okay, thank you kindly. And I believe that's about got her. Thank you very much. Oh no, there is one other one. On page 81, when it starts saying, okay, there's 30 incident investigations initiated, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, as council, we do not know whether these could be very minor, very serious. I'm just kind of wondering, is it possible for administration to share with us on what type of incidents they really are? So whether we should be concerned or not on them?
This we've always done annually as a breakout for council. Toward the end of each year, beginning of the following year, we'll bring forward a more detailed review.
Okay.
If they were serious in nature, I would definitely notify council, but these are near misses. These are somebody backed into something, somebody cut a corner too short. Yeah, if anything serious, I would definitely bring it to council's attention immediately.
Thank you kindly.
Michelle?
As your health and safety pod leader for council, I can also give you a short update at lunch next week as well, if you'd like.
Mr. Stevens, or I just want to one comment on Councilor Gender's comments. The water drainage project in Gadsby, yes, there was concerns. I did bring it to administration. Administration went out to sites and looked at things and did make changes. It's still ongoing not to fix, but to finish. Mm-hmm. So just by bringing it forward, we did correct it. And it would be good go forward. You know, I do see where you're coming, go forward, but a lot of these projects we're just trying to get done because we haven't run our timeline for the transition grants, et cetera, too. So, yeah.
Thank you.
My question's regarding the snowplows. On 52, there's a bit of an update, but I was hoping to get a estimated time of delivery.
Through to Councillor Stevens. So I was talking with Viking Chavez last week. The trucks are in production. All the items are on site in Calgary, and they feel as though they'll be fully assembled, delivered, and any training that they offer to staff will be before the end of November. So next question, if I can read your mind. We do have our current plow trucks going through CVIP right now, and ensuring that they will be functional and available if required.
Thank you.
That's good for question on it. Any other questions on the report? Councilor McKay?
There's no other questions, I'll accept it for information.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 19.2 financial reports. Which, is it the full list again? Because I just have the one item, just one on my agenda. The payment register, we did have some questions come up through from Councilor Gender early, which is typical of most months, which were answered. And Councilor Stevens?
I'd just like to take note of the budget when it gets to council expenses. So for the year, there has been two things that have happened and been a point of emphasis. A is we rolled back our participation in or closed down several committees, or council quit attending. And there has been, in the last couple of years, thanks in large part to Ernie, a healthy emphasis on policing and making sure that there was no unnecessary charges by council, and it is paying off. We're 3/4 of the way through our year, and we're just over 50% of our forecasted council budget. So I would like to point out that that effort is starting to see fruition financially.
And that can be a moving target depending on what is happening within areas and what committees are set up too, so that's one of those ones that's sometimes hard to budget for, but it has been noticed.
I will maybe clarify too, and not to take away from the success, but in an election year, there's a good chunk of attendance that's a flurry of activity after October 20th. So I'm still doing well, don't get me wrong, but it's not, let's not extrapolate too linearly.
Well, there will be all the muni training and all those pieces also. Okay. So,
Harry?
Yes, go ahead, Ernie.
Being that I was kind of lax on the last month, Krista had approached me and said, "Is there something wrong?" I'm here just to be a little bit more of a pain. I even found one item that was $7.48, just to see whether Krista would remark on it. By Jesus, she gave me a list completely explaining it. So I guess it kind of backfired on me, where Krista got even with me, said, "Okay, you really want to know the information, Gender? I'll give it to you." But hats off to Krista for supplying me, Selig, with all the information that I've requested. It's greatly appreciated.
And I don't have the titles of each report. Like typically we have the budget report, we have year to date.
You have, if I can, have
Yes.
some of your payment register, your bank reconciliation, and your year-to-date budget.
Okay. So, and is there any other questions on any of those? It's part of the package, but not, it's just not on the agenda. So. Okay, if there isn't, Councilor McKay?
I'll move that we receive for information.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 13.3, Councilor fee sheets. And that is page 103. Questions on any of those? Councilor Gender?
Always look at me. Okay, no, it was, no, I will accept them the way they are, like on Councilor Grover. Yes, he had put down he had attended a council meeting on the last one, but he had only attended for a couple hours and then took off. And we also had the CAO review, which was very important to all of council here. And he has declined on requesting any payment on there. So thank you very much, Mr. Grover.
We have a motion on the table to approve. Any other questions? Question, all in favor? That's carried. Council committee reports. Now, we need to have somebody, there's some big shoes to fill on some of these. We've got Councilor Stillberg's name beside a lot of these, and he always does such a wonderful report for us, so.
Before you start those, I tried to send the video to Andrew, didn't go through?
I got the email, unfortunately, it's on Facebook, and I don't have Facebook, so I can't actually even get onto it.
Won't even come off the email?
No.
Okay. Anyways, the museum, well, I guess I'll wait. Can I do this now, or?
Yeah, well, if there was any questions or any updates on any of the, on any of the reports, so if you want to kick into the museum, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a museum report in there, but in addition to the museum report, this summer, Hometown Media had done a promotional video of the museum, and it's being circulated on social media just to promote the museum, and it's well done, and I was wanting to share it with council today, but just the glitches with Facebook, I can't get it off. But anyways, you can find it, I guess, if you do a little search on Facebook. It'll be there, so it'll be used this year and next year to promote the museum.
Any other comments on the other reports you'd submitted? Councilor Stillberg?
The giant fall book sale at the library is on right now, if anybody needs winter reading material.
Councilor Stevens, any updates on yours?
No further ones, no.
The health professionals attraction and retention, Councilor Stevens always does such a good report on that one. It's jointly on by two different councilors, and I don't do the report very often, so I always appreciate it when he does, because he's got a very straightforward report on it too.
The big highlight from that is our clinics are at capacity. They have floating doctors now, so they have more doctors than is typical for the amount of patient rooms they have. And all of our ER shifts are filled through to the end of the year. And there is some of our newly recruited doctors that are actually interested in picking up more shifts, just the way the schedule works. The schedule was made up before they got here, so they've traded some shifts to get on, but we actually have flexibility where if a doctor has an emergency or calls in sick, there is sufficient backup to backfill those positions. It's a nice position to be in for a change.
Councilor Jenner?
And I was just looking at your Buffalo Lake management. You're saying it's down 1.03 meters. I'm just kind of wondering, like, in comparative to like in years past, how is that in relation to anywhere through like with the lowest levels?
What the Alberta Environment Rep said was the last time it was this low would have been in, can't remember if he said it was in the 60s or the 50s. Like it's.
I think your friendly neighborhood bureaucrat has some nerdy data. Handy actually on that one, because I quite like this one. So 2020. You can see over time where we've been, and we are, I believe the last I checked, we are about, yes, 1968 is the all-time low, and then we are within roughly 3 inches of the all-time low. I don't have the nicest chart handy, but yeah, we have gotten well into the danger levels of that 1960s vintage.
And the reporting pre-1960s is not near the level of accuracy and consistency that it is nowadays. So once you go back past that, you're kind of relying on the old wives' tales, so to speak, of people that have been there for multiple generations.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on reports?
I'll give you a motion to accept the reports as presented.
Councilor Sorberg, call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. The consent agenda items. This is a couple letters I'd forwarded in were from the Canadian Union of Postal Workers and a review of Canadian Postal Service Charter, page 119. County Stettler number 6, ad for member at large positions. And Buffalo Lake Nature Club book talk event, so 123. I guess the member at large, so what is the deadline, Nikki, on that?
Reeve Clark, the deadline is Friday, October the 10th, so this Friday.
This Friday, okay.
However, with the postal strike and the newspapers not getting out and then our Facebook shutdown, we might have to be extending that based on, who's seen it, right?
And so if anybody is hearing, anybody that's showing interest, let's make sure we get names forwarded in so that we're aware of it before that these would come up on the 29th organizational meeting, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think ideally we could take applications right up until the end of the day on the 22nd, and then it could still make our agenda.
Is there any other questions on the?
Just a specific note on that one, if anyone is interested, just go on our website, stettlercounty.ca/member, and the form to show interest is right there.
Mr. Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, back in the day of the Pony Express, were there concerns about that we should stop or keep the pony around? Or did we happen to change that we move mail a little bit faster? There are definitely going to be ways that things are going to have to be cut. So I guess it's with this letter of recommendation here that I'll just accept it.
You'll accept all of them for
I'll accept all information.
Councilor Stevens?
I do. I'm not trying to read too far into this, but I think the irony is a little rich that every time it is tax season for municipalities, that's when they choose to go on strike, and then they ask for our support with letters. I guess we could tell them we gave them a letter of support, but it's in the mail.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion. Any other comments? Call the questions. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, well then our next, number 15 is an in-camera session. So we'll have to ask individuals to leave. Should have did introductions originally.
Is it possible to give a quick update before we go in camera? I think the progress that we've made and the dates and.
On fire or in what?
Yeah.
On fire? That's what
there is some of it that should be public, I think.
I mean, we did provide information at the last meeting indicating that we are looking to start operating at the new county hall effective October 14th of this year. So just basically this time next week. We'll be moving the county apparatus into the new fire hall. We remain sorting out some of the details with the town, but at this point, we'll both be operational independently.
I've had multiple volunteers reach out to me with concerns of a shift from what we had previously discussed and agreed upon with the town, that they're led to believe that any new recruits would not be able to serve both departments, and that they would have to choose one or the other, which is the complete opposite of what we had agreed upon. I would like administration to look into this, because if our staff are going against our wishes and our agreement, I would like to know that, and I would like it dealt with. I don't suspect it's our staff, but given the amount of volunteers that have reached out, I think it deserves investigation, and such an about-face should be dealt with.
CEO Gosti?
From the county standpoint, nothing's.
It's picking up now, just keep talking.
Keep talking? Okay. From the county standpoint, nothing's changed. We will continue on as we agreed that any recruit, new or existing, can fight fires for us or the town. And we held set fast to that. We've heard those comments. We have asked the question. I can't comment on behalf of the town, but it's certainly not happening at the county.
And plus with that, even the bunker gear, the ones that chose to fight jointly, their existing bunker gear would be held at the Stettler Fire Station, and
That's what has taken us so long to be able to move to the fire hall, was that we did order basically duplicate equipment for any firefighter who expressed wishes to fight for both, so that we had a full set at the county hall and a full set at the town hall for them to come and jump into and be able to fight for either community.
I'm happy to hear that we're still united in that. A little frustrating, we entered this with trying to shield the volunteers and not adding any additional pressure, and it was very disheartening to get that feedback.
Well, I can guarantee you that it's not the county, and I can't comment on what the town is doing.
If it is a miscommunication, would it be worthwhile for the communications officer for the town and county to jointly issue a statement stating that this is not correct and no one will be forced to choose between sides?
I'm not sure that I would want to put that on to communications. I think that could be if council so desires, that could be a request I could make of the CAO from the town of Stettler.
yes, and then also the next step would be to the joint negotiating committee or
That may be where it belongs, is at the transition committee, where the initiative originally came from.
I'll hold it till the transition meeting.
Okay, and when we come back from lunch, we were continuing, we were thanking our long service counselors that were retiring, and we have new people in the room and we should introduce them, and I apologize on that. But we'll run around the table, and I think you probably know each other, but still that the viewing audience sees it too. Go ahead, Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Shell Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender.
Paul McKay, Denard Red Roll.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Les Stulberg, Weimar, Indiana.
Nikki Thorstensen, Director of Communications.
Prishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Ivan Dexler, Manager of Fire Services.
Greg, can you pass your mic back to the...
Don't be shy now.
Running for council for Weimar and Daniel.
Wade Hunter, doing Ward 2 from Big Valley. And thanks for all the time you guys have helped us with the election and advice that I've gotten from people that helped me through this. And I've learned a lot already. So I know there's lots more to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now our next step will be going in camera, so can Councilor McKay?
Mr. Reeve, if I may, we teed up the Shirley McCollum.
Okay.
You?
It's a kind of an up-down thing. Chris.
Enough to win this.
In the heart of East Central Alberta, 13 municipalities have joined and remained united with one purpose: to bring safe, reliable drinking water to every corner of their region. This is the Shirley McClellan Regional Water Services Commission, or SMRWSC. Formed in 2007, it is now home to what is believed to be the longest regional potable water system in Alberta. Sourcing water from the Red Deer River, treated in Stettler, the Shirley McClellan line has built nearly 300 kilometers of pipeline since 2009, delivering fresh, clean water to thousands of residents, farms, ranches, villages, hamlets, and summer communities. Through a phased construction plan, the system has reached Big Valley, Donalda, Monitor, Pamukin, White Sands, Erosion Sands, and beyond, and it continues to grow, with new phases in 2025 set to bring water to Balf, Rossland, and Compier. This water line is more than infrastructure. It is peace of mind for farmers who can fill a trough without worrying about the well running dry. It is security for farmers who know their livestock will always have clean water. It is families in small towns enjoying safe, great-tasting tap water. It's the confidence that every school, every senior center, every business, every rink, every community hall, and every home can depend on a steady supply of life's most essential resource. Nearly 3,000 people are now served, with 500,000 cubic meters of water distributed each year. The Commission's success is rooted in cooperation. 13 municipalities sharing governance, funding, and a commitment to long-term sustainability. The Shirley McClellan line has improved public health, supported economic growth, strengthened fire protection, and given rural Alberta a model for what's possible when communities with common problems work together. The Shirley McClellan Regional Water Services Commission, securing the future, one precious drop at a time.
That's the first I've seen that, and that is a very good, that'll be for RMA.
It would probably be playing at RMA, but it's for anybody that wants to see it. It's
All our communities that are part of it.
excellent, and Hometown Video did it for us. So.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Okay, and we had a vote, or a motion from Mr. McKay to go in camera, call the question, all in favor, and that is carried. Thank you. Counselor Stevens?
I'll move that County of Stettler decline the Town of Stettler's offer to purchase Rescue 14, and that council directs administration to send a letter regarding the offer and the other fire-related negotiations to the Town of Stettler.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Counselor Stevens?
I'll move that the County of Stettler, you're all over the map. Authorize the CAO together with the Reeve to enter into the amended joint fire services termination agreement with the Town of Stettler.
Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. The next meeting of the Stettler number 6 council meeting will be at the annual organizational meeting on Wednesday, October 29th, 2025 at 10 a.m. So our last motion is adjournment, Counselor Stillberg.
I'll give you that motion.
Call the question. Okay, for the last, for your last.
The last motion always.
Be the last motion.
Michelle, if you could print that off and put it in a plaque so you can take home.
We have you guys back.
Both the councilors take home their last motion.
Not last council, last council.
We might even have to have a dual motion on adjournment.
There you go.
Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried.